Tonight, we journey back in time to explore what your life would have been like as a medieval knight. From grueling training as a page and squire to the brutal realities of battle, chivalric codes and castle life, this immersive story brings you into the armoured world of loyalty, honour, and relentless discipline. So before we begin this unprecedented experience and allow you time to get comfortable, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Given that it's the start of the week and you're eager to get some rest, I'll keep this brief. Make sure to dim your lights down super low and turn on your fan if you have one for some noise. Now let's get into it. In 1158, a 7-year-old noble boy named Conrad leaves his family manor to serve as a page in the castle of Duke Otto in the Holy Roman Empire. This experience is the beginning of his path to knighthood. Wide-eyed and anxious, Conrad enters the castle's enormous hall and quickly becomes immersed in castle life. As a page, he is kept busy from dawn until dusk. He must learn to sing hymns, serve at table with proper etiquette, and even assist in the castle's hunts and falconry sessions. Under the tutelage of the master-at-arms, Conrad and the other pages practice swordplay with wooden weapons and learn to ride ponies. The castle chaplain also guides their spiritual upbringing, so Conrad grows in piety alongside prowess. Nothing is wasted, even playtime in the courtyard, mock battles on stick horses and playful jousts with broomsticks, is training in disguise, building the boy's strength and coordination. Conrad idolises the knights he serves. One friendly knight, Sir Reinhard, sometimes shares tales from the hearths of legendary warriors and battles, fueling Conrad's dreams of valour. Through hard work and keen observation, Conrad grows in both body and character. By age 14, he graduates to the rank of squire. He is now assigned as Sir Reinhard's personal attendant and protégé. His duties intensify. Conrad rises at dawn to help Sir Reinhard don his mail armour and spurs, tends to the knight's horse, and accompanies him everywhere. Being a squire resembles an apprenticeship. Conrad learns by doing, cleaning armour, sharpening swords, and practising jousts with real lances under Sir Reinhard's guidance. In the afternoons he practices falconry, or joins Sir Reinhard in weapons training, aiming his lance at the quintain, a spinning target, to hone his accuracy on horseback. Mistakes earn stern correction, but also patient instruction. In quiet moments, Sir Reinhard stresses the code of chivalry. A knight must be brave, but also just and merciful. Conrad takes these lessons to heart, determined to one day embody those ideals. His first taste of real conflict comes at 16. While escorting a supply convoy through a forest, Sir Reinhard's party is ambushed by bandits. Conrad's heart pounds as he sticks close to his mentor. Amid the chaos, he uses his training reflexively. At one point, he even knocks a bandit off a horse with a well-timed lance thrust. Sir Reinhard proudly claps Conrad's shoulder after driving the bandits off. The young squire has demonstrated his bravery in the face of danger. This brief skirmish shows Conrad the stark reality of combat. Terrifying and brutal, yet his duty is to face it with courage. By age 21, Conrad has spent years in service, learning the arts of knighthood and the responsibilities that come with it. He has tended to Sir Reinhard in tournaments and on minor campaigns, steadily growing in skill and maturity. Now he stands on the brink of achieving his lifelong dream. All the years of training, mastering horsemanship, honing his sword arm, and learning courtesy and strategy have shaped Conrad into a worthy candidate for knighthood. As he helps Sir Reinhard prepare for a winter feast where several squires will be honoured, Conrad cannot help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves. The dawn of his knighthood approaches, and with it the life of honour and adventure that he has envisioned it, since that day he first arrived at Duke Otto's castle as a wide-eyed boy. The winter of 11 to 75 brings Conrad to a grand celebration at Duke Otto's castle. At 21, after years of training, he is to be knighted. The magnificent hall is decked with evergreen boughs and lit with hundreds of candles in honour of Christmas and the knighting ceremony. Dressed in a simple white tunic, symbolising purity, Conrad stands alongside other squires awaiting the rite. He feels his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nerves. Sir Reinhard squeezes his shoulder in support, recalling his knighthood and assuring Conrad that he is ready. On the eve of the ceremony, Conrad undergoes the traditional vigil of arms. He bathes and dons a clean white robe and a red cloak, for the blood of martyrs and courage of a knight. All night he kneels in the castle chapel, his sword and armour placed on the altar before him. By flickering candlelight he prays, reflecting on the solemn vows he will take at dawn. Despite aching knees and little sleep, Conrad remains focused. This vigil is a spiritual purification, a time to seek God's blessing and contemplate the chivalric code he must uphold. He promises himself to be a just, loyal, and pious knight, devoted to protecting the weak and serving the church. At first light, Mass is celebrated. The squires confess their sins and hear a final blessing. Then comes the oath-swearing. One by one, each squire stands before the gathered nobles in the chapel. When Conrad's turn arrives, he declares his knightly vows in a clear voice. He will speak truth, uphold the faith, obey his lord, defend the helpless, and be honourable in all their things. Each promise rings out in the cold morning air, sealing Conrad's commitment to the ideals of knighthood. Even before the sword touches his shoulders, he feels the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. That evening, a formal knighting ceremony, the accolade, takes place in the great hall. Duke Otto, resplendent in fur-trimmed robes, calls Conrad forward. Conrad kneels on the rush-strewn floor before his lord. In the hushed hall, the Duke gently taps Conrad's shoulders with the flat of a sword and proclaims in French, "Soyez chevalier," meaning, "Be a knight." Conrad bows his head, overcome with emotion as those words transform him from squire to Sir Conrad. Applause breaks out among the assembled lords and ladies. Sir Conrad rises, heart swelling with pride and humility. All his years of hard work have led to this moment. He is now a knight of the realm. Following the accolade, Conrad is bedecked in the symbols of knighthood. Sir Reinhard fastens gilded spurs to his boots, the sign that Conrad is now a knight of the spur. Another attendant buckles on a sword belt holding a finely crafted sword. Conrad dons his family's coat of arms over his mail, and a herald announces his new title, Sir Conrad of Dornberg. Cheers echo in the hall. Conrad's father, who travelled here for the occasion, wipes proud tears from his eyes. Duke Otto then presents Conrad with the final symbol of knighthood, a heavy sword belted at his side. Fully clad in mail and armed, Sir Conrad mounts a waiting charger in the courtyard for the pas d'armes, a ritual display of martial skill. It is customary that after being dubbed, the new knights demonstrate their prowess in jousts or mock combat. Conrad guides the horse, feeling the strange yet empowering weight of his armour. He salutes the crowd lining the yard. Together with the other fresh knights, he participates in a friendly joust. His lance shatters against another knight's shield in a thunderous hit, and although unhorsed in a later round, he remounts amid applause. The exercises prove to all that these young men have the skill and courage befitting their new station. Conrad's face flushes with joy beneath his visor as he realizes his achievement is not training or pretend, it is real knighthood. His knighthood, won by merit and blessed by God and Lord. That night, the castle is alight with the celebration. At the banquet in the hall, Sir Conrad sits in a place of honour at Sir Reinhard's side. No longer does he serve. Instead, pages pour wine for him and the other knights. He toasts his mentors and shares in the camaraderie of the chivalric brotherhood. Gifts are bestowed. The Duke grants Conrad a fine destrier, war horse from his stables, and a new sword of Toledo steel. Minstrels compose a few witty rhymes in honour of the newly dubbed knights, eliciting laughter. Amidst the revelry, Conrad remains humble and grateful. He recalls the sacred vows from that morning and steels himself to live by them. When the Duke's steward offers him a purse of coins as the traditional knightly gift, Conrad quietly resolves to use some of it in alms for the poor, his first act of charity as a knight. Late at night, Conrad reflects on the transformation of this day as he doffs his armour and prepares to rest in a guest chamber, feeling strange without his usual place by Sir Reinhard's door. He entered the morning as a squire and now retires as a knight, with all the privileges and responsibilities that entails. With knighthood come privileges, the right to wear armour and bear arms publicly, to hold land in fief, and to sit at the high table with lords. However, there are also duties, leading men in battle if called, dispensing justice on one's land and serving loyally. The weight of his sword on the bedside rack is a reminder of both. Sir Conrad sleeps deeply that night, the vigil and excitement having exhausted him, unaware of just how soon his knightly ideals will be tested in the harsh reality of medieval warfare and politics. By 1177, Sir Conrad is serving at the imperial court of Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Here, amidst glittering banquets and tournaments, he experiences the pinnacle of courtly chivalry. Minstrels sing of brave knights and pure ladies, and Conrad strives to exemplify those ideals. He is unfailingly courteous, rising when noble women enter, speaking only with respectful words, and behaving as the perfect knight in every social setting. The older courtiers sometimes chuckle that Sir Conrad still sees the world through rose-coloured lenses of chivalry, but they admire his earnestness. At a grand tournament held in Würzburg, Conrad has a chance to prove his valour. Clad in shining armour, he rides into the lists under Duke Otto's banner. In one joust, he unhorses a seasoned opponent with a well-placed lance strike, earning cheers from the crowd. Later, he restrains himself in the melee, the mock battle, showing mercy by not striking a fallen opponent. His skill and honour win him recognition. The presiding duchess awards him a silk favour, tying a ribbon on his arm as a token of esteem. Flushed with pride, Conrad feels he is living the very romances he heard as a boy. Yet beneath the pageantry, Conrad begins to notice troubling cracks in knightly behaviour. In whispered corners of the hall, he overhears petty jealousies, knights arguing over who deserves more credit for a minor skirmish or who should sit closer to the emperor. One night, he witnesses two renowned knights nearly draw swords at a banquet over an insult, only stopping when the emperor himself intervenes. This bickering disappoints Conrad. Were they not all sworn to brotherhood and honour? Worse, Conrad learns of outright violations of the chivalric code. A lady-in-waiting confides that a famous knight, who publicly boasts of defending the innocent, once forced himself on a peasant girl during a past campaign. Conrad is horrified. He realises that not all knights live up to the high ideals they proclaim. Chivalry, he sees, is often more praised than practised. This realisation hits hardest on a journey through the countryside. Riding between imperial castles, Conrad's party passes through a village recently raided by robber knights. The houses are charred and the villagers, mostly peasants, are destitute and terrified. Conrad is moved to compassion and urges immediate help, but one of his fellow knights merely scoffs, "This is none of our concern," and suggests the peasants likely provoked the attack by withholding taxes. Another knight tosses a few coins and rides on, indifferent. Conrad cannot fathom such callousness. He lingers to distribute food from his pack and promises the villagers he will report this outrage. Catching up, he challenges the other knights. How can they ignore their duty to protect the defenceless? They shrug off his idealism, saying a knight's first loyalty is to his prophet and lord. Conrad rides on in angry silence, his faith in the brotherhood of knights deeply shaken. Back at court, Conrad confides his worries to his mentor, Sir Reinhard. The older knight, now retired from battle, smiles sadly and says, "The world is flawed, lad. Be the knight that others fail to be. Hold yourself to the code, even if others fall short." Taking this advice to heart, Conrad intensifies his virtue. He gains a quiet reputation as a true and gentle knight. When other knights mock a servant or a jester, Conrad intervenes to stop the bullying. When a dispute arises over a contested inheritance, he speaks up for a fair compromise rather than siding blindly with a powerful lord. Some at court respect him for his actions, while others mock his scruples, but Conrad is unaffected by popularity. He is determined to practice what other peers only preach. During this time, Conrad also experiences the tenderness of courtly love. He becomes enamoured of Lady Adelinde, a kind and gracious noblewoman. Their affection is never openly declared. She is promised to another, but through exchanged glances and secret smiles, Conrad finds inspiration in her presence. He carries her silk favour on his arm during jousts and imagines himself her champion. Though their love remains chaste and unfulfilled, it deepens Conrad's resolve to uphold the knightly virtues that Lady Adelinde admires in him. The drums of war inevitably replace the songs and dances of court. By the late 1170s, Emperor Barbarossa calls his vassals to march into Italy, aiming to subdue rebellious city-states. Sir Conrad must leave the comfort of court and test his principles on the battlefield. On the eve of departure, Lady Adeline quietly ties a small embroidered token to his arm for luck. Conrad bows and promises to return with honour. As he rides south with the imperial host, he braces himself for real siege and battle, a place where many knights' ideals crumble. Conrad prays that he can carry the light of chivalry with him into the coming storm, not knowing how severely those ideals will be tried in the crucible of war. The year 1178 finds Sir Conrad engulfed in the brutal reality of warfare. Emperor Barbarossa's campaign in northern Italy drags on, and Conrad experiences siege warfare firsthand. The imperial army lays siege to a rebellious Lombard city, one of the many fortified towns defying the emperor. Conrad stands for hours in mud and blood before the city walls, ducking arrows and dodging stones hurled by the siege engines. He has exchanged the silken songs of court for the iron and screams of the battlefield. Nothing in his training fully prepared him for the brutality of a protracted siege. The defenders, desperate and fierce, rain down bolts and boiling water. Conrad witnesses comrades struck down beside him. One knight falls with a crossbow bolt through his eye, and another is crushed by a hurled boulder. Each day brings new horrors. Under orders, Conrad takes his turn in the assault rotations. In one attack, he climbs a ladder amid a storm of arrows and briefly breaches the battlements, sword in hand. Face to face with an enemy militiaman, Conrad parries a blow and with reflex born of years of training drives his sword into the man's side. The militiaman crumples, so Conrad has killed his first foe in single combat. There is no glory in it, only a numb shock as the dying man's blood spills on his mail. Conrad remembers his vows of mercy, but in the frenzy of battle there is little chance to spare opponents who fight to the death. He fights on to survive and protect his fellow knights, all while praying quietly for the souls lost on both sides. After months of siege, the starving city finally surrenders, but instead of chivalrous clemency, a grim spectacle unfolds. Despite promises of mercy, the victorious imperial troops loot and raze the city in a frenzy of vengeance. Conrad watches in dismay as discipline breaks down. Soldiers rampage through the streets, looting, tormenting and burning everything in their path. Civilians, the very people Conrad swore to defend, are not spared. Conrad does what little he can. He strikes down a marauder who is about to hurt a trembling old man, and he shields a terrified young woman is ushering someone into a church. But Sir Conrad alone cannot halt the tide of cruelty. The sights pierce his soul. Families slain in doorways, homes in flames, and wounded individuals desperately seeking water. The scene is not the noble combat of knightly romances. It's a vision no one should see. Conrad treads over the corpses of both soldiers and townsfolk, the city a smoking ruin. He witnesses some imperial knights executing captive townspeople under the pretext of teaching a lesson. Conrad feels more kinship with the frightened survivors than with these rampaging victors. That night, Conrad tends to the wounded, enemy and friend alike, in a makeshift camp hospital. He offers water to a dying Italian footman who clasps Conrad's hand weakly and whispers a graze before passing away. Conrad ensures the man receives last rites, treating him as a fellow human soul rather than a foe. Such acts of compassion stand in stark contrast to the savagery he witnessed. By the end of this campaign, Sir Conrad has undergone a transformation. His once polished armour is dented and scarred. He himself bears a deep cut on his thigh and a burn scar on his forearm, lasting reminders of these brutal campaigns. More profoundly, a sober understanding of the true nature of war has tempered the idealism of his youth. Even so, Conrad's core values persist. He did not descend into wanton cruelty. He maintained honour where he could, sparing those who yielded and aiding the helpless amid chaos. Among the knights in Barbarossa's host, he becomes known, sometimes mockingly, sometimes admirably, as the one who will treat a wounded enemy or protect a peasant child. In an age of terror, Sir Conrad manages to keep a spark of chivalry alive. When Barbarossa finally makes peace with the Lombard League, Conrad is relieved. He survives the Italian wars, but at enormous cost to his spirit. Returning to camp after the final siege, Conrad kneels in private prayer. He asked God to forgive the atrocities committed and to guide him moving forward. He realizes that being a true knight in wartime is far more difficult than he ever imagined. It means doing what is right even when surrounded by darkness. And though he is scarred and weary, Conrad silently vows that he will not let the brutality of war extinguish the values that define his knighthood. The Third Crusade soon gives Sir Conrad a chance to seek spiritual redemption for the blood he has shed. In 1188, news spreads that Jerusalem has fallen to Saladin. Calls for crusade echo through Christendom. Despite his exhaustion from decades of fighting, Conrad takes the cross, swearing to journey to the Holy Land to liberate the sacred sites. It is both a duty and a deeply personal pilgrimage. Like many knights, Conrad hopes this holy endeavour will atone for past sins. The Pope promises remission of sins for those who crusade, and Conrad, haunted by the siege of the Lombard city, craves forgiveness and inner peace. He joins Emperor Frederick Barbarossa's mighty army of crusaders trekking overland toward Jerusalem. The journey is arduous, but also spiritually uplifting. The crusaders endure hunger, harsh desert heat, and skirmishes with hostile forces, which creates a challenging environment. Through it all, Conrad acts as a model of knightly piety. He leads evening prayers in camp, shares his water with those thirstier than he, and keeps the crusade's holy purpose in his heart. Tragedy strikes in June 1190 when Emperor Barbarossa himself drowns while crossing a river in Cilicia. The shock of losing their legendary leader sends ripples of despair through the army. Conrad mourns the emperor deeply. This was the same Frederick who had knighted him and led him through so many battles. Many disheartened crusaders turn back after Barbarossa's death, but Conrad resolves to continue on to the Holy Land. He has sworn a sacred vow and will not abandon it. Taking up the banner of his fallen emperor, he presses on with the remaining German knights until they finally reach the walls of Acre. On the coast of Palestine in mid-1191, in the siege of Acre, Conrad faces battle again, but this time in a distinctly religious context. The atmosphere among the Crusaders is penitential. They fight not for conquest, but, in their view, for God's justice. Conrad, now one of the older knights, distinguishes himself by both courage and compassion. During assaults on Acre's walls, he protects unarmed camp followers from enemy arrows, and lifts a wounded fellow crusader onto his horse to carry him out of danger. He also shows mercy to defeated foes. After Acre capitulates, he prevents some vengeful crusaders from massacring captive Muslim soldiers, arguing that killing prisoners would dishonour their Christian cause. Some knights sneer at Conrad's leniency, but others, including a devout Hospitaller brother, praise his consistency with the chivalric and Christian ideal of mercy. With Acre taken in 1191, the crusade largely succeeds in re-establishing Christian control of coastal strongholds. Conrad finally has the opportunity to fulfill his pilgrim's vow to visit the holy city of Jerusalem, which, through diplomacy, is open to Christian pilgrims even though it remains under Muslim control. Dressed in humble pilgrim robes rather than armour, Sir Conrad travels to Jerusalem alongside other knights-turned-pilgrims. Entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he falls to his knees before the tomb of Christ. All the violence and hardship of his life seem to melt away in that sacred space. Tears stream down his face as he prays for forgiveness for any innocent blood he spilled, and for all the comrades and even enemies who lost their lives. He feels a profound sense of peace wash over him. The burden of guilt that he has carried lightens. Conrad reverently touches what is believed to be the nativity site in Bethlehem. Each holy place he visits is like balm on his warrior's soul, assuring him that God's grace is still attainable. Throughout his time in the Holy Land, Conrad also interacts with the church's clergy and military orders. He befriends a Franciscan friar who serves as a chaplain for the Crusaders, confessing to him the nightmares that still haunt his knights. The friar, in turn, gives Conrad absolution and counsel. Violence leaves scars on the soul, Sir Knight, but acts of love and penance will heal them. Conrad reflects deeply on these words. He spends part of his Crusader days helpings at a field hospital run by the Knights Hospitaller, tending sick pilgrims. Although this humble service of washing wounds and distributing bread is far from the glory of battle, Conrad finds it deeply fulfilling. In caring for others, he reconnects with the core Christian virtues of charity and humility that are sometimes lost in a knight's life. By 1192, Sir Conrad begins his journey home to Germany, spiritually renewed. He returns with a few keepsakes from the Holy Land and, more importantly, with a heart that feels cleansed. Through the trials of crusade and pilgrimage, he believes God has granted him forgiveness and a chance to live anew. The aging knight rides back to his homeland not in triumph, but in quiet contemplation, determined to spend his remaining years living out the lessons of mercy and devotion he learned on this holy journey. Returning home to Germany in the 1190s, Sir Conrad finds a realm in political turmoil. Emperor Barbarossa's death has been followed by disputes over the crown. Rival factions of nobles support different claimants. One side backs Barbarossa's son, the Hohenstaufen heir, and another backs a Welf prince. The once united empire fractures into camps. As a knight who has served the empire faithfully for decades, Conrad is dismayed to see former comrades prepared to fight each other for power. Conrad's loyalty is tested when his lord pressures him to support a rival claimant. Conrad refuses. He will not betray the oath he swore to what he sees as the rightful king. His principled stand nearly costs him his lands and makes him powerful enemies, but Conrad holds fast while many other knights compromise their honour. The conflict that ensues, a brief civil war, plunges the land into chaos. Without a strong central authority, robber barons spring up across Germany, taking advantage of the disorder. Bands of rogue knights fortify castles and extort travellers and peasants. People say that Germany descends into a state of near anarchy, where robber barons operate without opposition. Sir Conrad, now in his 50s, can do little to influence imperial politics, but he becomes a pillar of stability in his district. When local knights feud or prey on merchant caravans, Conrad intervenes as a mediator. His reputation for honesty is well established by this point. Both commoners and nobles trust his counsel. On more than one occasion, Conrad rides out to confront a marauding Raubritter, robber knight, who has been terrorising villages. On one occasion, a rash young robber knight challenges him, only to be swiftly disarmed and shamed into repentance by the veteran. Word of Sir Conrad's fearless stand against lawlessness spreads. To peasants, he becomes something of a folk hero, the ageing knight who still protects them when others exploit them. Despite the chaos, Conrad never loses sight of the chivalric code. He advises the local abbey and town council on how to fortify against brigands without themselves committing excess. He hosts peace talks between quarrelling minor lords, invoking the old ideals of knighthood to shame them for shedding the blood of fellow Christians, while heathens nearly conquered the Holy Land not long ago. Some heed his words, others do not. Nevertheless, Conrad's presence is a stabilising force. Sir Conrad's conduct shines all the more brightly in an era where many knights tarnish their name with greed or cruelty. Civil strife subsides by 12 o'clock, marking the recognition of a new emperor, the young Frederick II. Tired of war and intrigue, Sir Conrad finally retires from royal service. He formally resigns his command, turning over his duties to younger knights. Many of those younger men grew up idolising Conrad's deeds. He spends time teaching them that true knighthood is not about ambition or ruthlessness, but about loyalty, justice, and restraint. Now in his early 60s, an old man by medieval standards, Conrad feels the weight of years. His joints ache from old wounds and long rides. He walks with a slight limp, a Crusader Turk's arrow wound that never fully healed. Yet his mind remains sharp and his spirit resolute. In these twilight years, Conrad focuses on his legacy. He strengthens the management of his estate to ensure his peasants are protected and prosperous. He quietly finances the rebuilding of a village church that was burned by raiders during the dark times, considering it an act of thanksgiving for his survival. With imperial peace restored, Conrad can at last lay down his sword. He spends his days quietly overseeing his lands, defending the weak in his jurisdiction, and advising his neighbours in matters of justice. The younger knights in the region often seek his counsel, and many salute him respectfully whenever he appears, a living legend of integration in their midst. Looking back, Sir Conrad realises that his life's true battles were often not determined by swords, but by the moral decisions he made. He has outlived most of his contemporaries and witnessed the worst and best of knighthood. Though the Holy Roman Empire will always have its strife, Conrad's steadfast example has influenced a generation in his corner of the world. And as he settles into a well-deserved retirement, he does so with his honour intact and his conscience clear, having navigated the shifting tides of politics and war without compromising the knightly virtues that define his very being. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. "Remember," he rasps softly, "a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise." Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. In the year 1215, Sir Conrad, a venerable knight of about 70, sits by the hearth of his manor. His hair is white and his hands tremble slightly, but his gaze is warm and clear. He spends his days in peaceful routine, walking among his fields, praying in the small chapel he built years ago, and sharing stories with his grandchildren and squires. He has become a beloved patriarch in his community. With his legacy in mind, Conrad makes sure to transmit the values he upheld. He has trained his only son, now a knight in his prime, to be just and compassionate. In a small private ceremony, Conrad even had the honour of dubbing his son a knight, tapping the young man's shoulder with the same sword Duke Otto had once placed on him. The circle of knighthood, from father to son, gives Conrad immense satisfaction. As the years press on, Conrad feels his strength fading. One winter, a persistent cough lays him low. He takes a bed in the sun, where sunlight falls gently on tapestries depicting saintly knights. Sensing that his final days are near, Conrad arranges his affairs with calm clarity. He sends messages of farewell and forgiveness to his old friends and even to his old rivals, wishing that no bitterness remain. A friar comes to administer the last rites. Conrad confesses whatever weighs on his soul, mercifully little, for he has lived uprightly, and receives absolution. His family and a few brothers-in-arms gather at his bedside. Sir Reinhard's son, now an old knight himself, is there, holding Conrad's hand. In his last hours, Sir Conrad addresses his son and the young squires present. His voice is weak but resolute. He reminds them that knighthood is not about glory but duty. "Remember," he rasps softly, "a knight's honour is worth more than his sword. Protect the innocent, be devout and true, and you will have a life worthy of praise." Tears glisten in many eyes as the dying knight imparts this wisdom. With a faint smile, Conrad asks his son to bring him his old sword and shield one last time. Despite his inability to lift them, Conrad gazes proudly at the familiar arms in his hands. These battered pieces of steel and wood are the witnesses of his long journey, from the eager page who first polished that shield to the seasoned warrior who bore it through countless trials. So Conrad breathes a final prayer. He thanks God for guiding him, and humbly prays that he might be welcomed into heaven, not by my deeds, Lord, but by thy mercy. As his family murmurs amen, Conrad closes his eyes. A final breath escapes his lips, and the life of this good knight quietly ends. He passes away surrounded by love and respect, with his sword still resting in his hand. News of Sir Conrad's death spreads through the region. Though he was not a prince or famous general, the mourning is widespread. Peasants light candles for the knight who defended them. The local abbot orders the church bells tolled at midday in Conrad's honour. At his modest funeral, villagers and nobles stand side by side in the small church he helped rebuild. The choir's final requiem leaves no one unmoved. As is custom, Conrad's shield, emblazoned with his coat of arms, is hung high on a pillar inside the church to commemorate him. Those who attend the service whisper that the world feels poorer without Sir Conrad's steady presence. Yet his legacy lives on in the lives he touched. His son carries forward his lineage and his principles, governing their lands kindly. The squires trained under Conrad recall his teachings when they themselves face moral dilemmas. In taverns and great halls alike, minstrels sometimes sing a verse about Conrad the Constant, the gentle knight, who remained true from youth to old age. The tale of his life, full of hardship and triumph, doubt and faith, war and peace, becomes an example to others. Thus ends Sir Conrad's story. He journeyed from a bright-eyed page to an old knight full of wisdom, navigating a changing world without forsaking his ideals. In an age of violence and uncertainty, he proved that a knight's true greatness lies not in the battles he wins, but in the honour, compassion and faithfulness with which he lives and dies. So, as I close the page on what I think is my favourite story to tell you, do you think it was harsh and honourable to be for all the people in a time like this? Or would you ever consider serving as a medieval knight if given the chance? Obviously, only those who struggle with insomnia could answer that question, but I will keep it open for discussion. As you rest peacefully in your bed, or find the ideal rhythm to drift off to sleep, you can appreciate those moments as you reflect on how things are now in our small corner of the universe. If you're still struggling to sleep, we always include many other stories in our videos, in case you want to try something different or listen later. My friends, it's time for us to depart for the night so I can find some self-reflecting time by my fireplace. Sweet dreams and good night. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympias, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large. but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganised, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost, yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three. and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that heart flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. he leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialised climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and gruelling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Ephasis River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat. water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kubla Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. The bow conquers the throne, meant an old Mongol saying, but ink preserves it. Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghajtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghajtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghajtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Toluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burk featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the 4-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faegi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally, or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarised in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardised bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia. India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project. a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, arag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices, yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organised relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The imperial secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hard-scrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn-to-dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading, a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in the Independence College seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs, timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chineping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri. But his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery. But these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folks started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimize corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, the challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed better by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the US Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsement sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. He stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganization, applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage. Colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939. By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate. Factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too. Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life. From being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognised that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarised too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tyre on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theatre raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived on May 8, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted, dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, the atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins. Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making, a Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilized, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognised the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid and programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Program, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result? Incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colourblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand, though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his fair deal measures, championed the average Indian citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defense. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorized forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the fair deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim II-sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticised Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defence costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches, minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathisers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognised that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that, under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, the boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun, though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasising that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisors. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterised his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers. Journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, the Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognized the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition, the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment. and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. The buck stops here, in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world's post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it. Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though this took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. a low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian, who saw himself simply as a public servant, remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove-maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences, who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain, they were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication. Unlike Athens or Thebes, it lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside due to displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph? Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered. Yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades, diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognized these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus's feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the court seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus' orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus barehanded if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed: could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the gods' inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem-solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step, he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were at the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory. Drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, Foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell. In the retelling of old stories, his name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes. The moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, He embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme, failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly. But some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable, even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter. There was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one but two gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control? So, one evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines in sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Miltman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence." Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, We had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction. This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, saved for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. "The social order flipped," observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. "The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week. This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality, it represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many Depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialised professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table. My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items." Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. After 3 months without work, I realised time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair. So I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life. This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organisation traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution centre, and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAB leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton, First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community, and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement houseworker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organising. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterized this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, colored people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanization. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighborhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labor by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular Depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack." My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American. Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts state psychiatric hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life. Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for. Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalised that their origins in crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator, came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Orleans, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes, this behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of this irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crops steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions. Even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar, her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticised, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognised the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power. and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realised how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognised the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumours of Egyptian subservience. Antony realised he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendour. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarean significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She manoeuvred through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labeling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, The propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford Trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different: the cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther, on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life-or-death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was. Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in Nekier archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work. where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognize when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's Astronaut Corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formally simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant. A systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8 performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander. Flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem-solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, director of flight crew operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LLTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the Moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, This brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realized the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-metre-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analysed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although mission control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Yuan. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realized that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." The story of the Oregon Trail typically begins with wagons rolling west in the 1840s, but its true origins reach back much further, to pathways trodden by indigenous peoples for millennia. The Shoshone, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations had established intricate trade networks across what would become the American West long before European settlement. These indigenous highways formed the skeleton upon which the Oregon Trail would eventually be built. The conventional narrative credits Lewis and Clark with discovering the route west, but their 1804 to 1806 expedition relied heavily on indigenous guides like Sacagawea, whose knowledge of mountain passages proved invaluable. What's less discussed is how their journey was followed by fur traders who quietly expanded these routes throughout the early 19th century. In 1811, John Jacob Astor's Pacific Fur Company established Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia River, just 5 years after Lewis and Clark's return. To connect this remote outpost with St. Louis, fur trader Robert Stewart pioneered an east-to-west crossing in 1812-13, discovering South Pass in Wyoming's Wind River Range. This critical gateway through the Continental Divide, at a relatively moderate 7,412 feet elevation, would later become the trail's most crucial geographic feature, allowing wagons to cross the Rockies without navigating treacherous, high-altitude passes. While history textbooks often present manifest destiny as the driving force behind westward expansion, economic desperation propelled many early migrants. The Panic of 1837, a financial crisis that triggered a 6-year depression, left countless Americans jobless and landless. Oregon represented not conquest but survival. As one migrant wrote in 1843, "We do not go to make war on anyone or build an empire, only to feed our children and perhaps find peace away from the banks that have ruined us." The trail's formal establishment came through an unlikely source: missionary endeavours. In 1836, Methodist missionary Jason Lee travelled to Oregon's Willamette Valley to establish a mission among the Kalapuya people. Though his evangelistic efforts yielded few converts, his letters eastward painted Oregon as an agricultural paradise. Presbyterian missionaries Marcus and Narcissa Whitman made the journey the same year, with Narcissa becoming one of the first white women to cross the continent overland. The Whitmans established their mission among the Cayuse people near present-day Walla Walla, Washington. Their letters home, describing fertile valleys and a moderate climate, caught despite downplaying the complex diplomatic negotiations necessary to maintain peace with indigenous nations whose land they occupied. Their letters captivated the nation's imagination. The Whitmans' mission would later become a landmark stop on the Oregon Trail, and the site of tragedy when deteriorating relations with the Cayuse resulted in violence. Perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the trail's formation was the role of free black settlers in establishing Oregon country. Though later Oregon legislation would shamefully prohibit black settlement, early pioneers included black Americans seeking freedom from the restrictions of eastern states. Moses Black Harris, a former slave-turned-mountain man, became one of the trail's most respected guides in the 1830s, leading multiple groups to Oregon and returning east to guide more. George Washington Bush, successful Pennsylvania businessman, led one of the first large wagon parties in 1844, eventually establishing a prosperous farm in what would become Washington's state. The trail's preliminary routes were mapped by government surveyor John C. Fremont between 1842 and 1844. His meticulous reports, widely published in eastern newspapers, transformed vague knowledge about Oregon country into practical guidance. While Fremont is remembered as the Pathfinder, his expeditions relied heavily on the expertise of Kit Carson and other seasoned guides who had already travelled these routes extensively. By 1843, when the first major wagon train of approximately 1,000 people departed Independence, Missouri, the Oregon Trail wasn't a sudden inspiration, but the culmination of decades of exploration, indigenous knowledge, economic necessity, missionary zeal, and careful mapping. These pioneers weren't venturing into an unmapped wilderness, but following an increasingly well-documented route toward what they hoped would be better lives. The story of the Oregon Trail's origins reveals how great migrations rarely spring fully formed from a single catalyst, but develop through complex interplays of geography, economics, politics, and human determination, a theme that would continue as the trail evolved from a hazardous journey into America's most consequential migration route. Popular culture has reduced the Oregon Trail to covered wagons and oxen, but the 2,170-mile journey spurred remarkable technological adaptations that changed American transportation forever. The challenges of traversing a continent necessitated practical innovation at every stage, establishing a mobile laboratory for 19th century ingenuity. The prairie schooner, the iconic covered wagon, was itself a specialized adaptation of the larger Conestoga wagon used in eastern freight hauling. These wagons, specifically designed for the western journey, it weighed approximately 1,300 pounds when empty, compared to the Conestoga's 3,000 pounds. Their beds were sealed with tar to float across rivers, while their white canvas covers were treated with linseed oil for waterproofing. The hooped canvas cover wasn't merely for protection from the elements. Its shape was deliberately designed to create air circulation. reducing interior temperatures on scorching prairie days. Inventors built fortunes supplying specialized equipment to emigrants. In St. Joseph, Missouri, blacksmith Joseph Murphy developed a reputation for crafting Western wagons, with innovative features like the ascent axles that could be greased without removing the wheels and reinforced wheel hubs that withstood the trail's punishment. By 1850, Murphy's wagon factory employed over 200 workers producing trail-specific designs. Similarly, gunsmith Horace Dimmick created the Plains rifle, a hybrid firearm combining the accuracy of a rifle with the easy loading of a smoothbore musket, perfect for travellers who needed reliable hunting capabilities without specialised expertise. Contrary to romantic notions, pioneers weren't self-sufficient isolationists, but participants in a sophisticated supply chain. Entrepreneurs established outfit registries in departure towns, essentially early information bureaus where travellers could register their skills, blacksmithing, medical knowledge, carpentry and equipment, extra wagons, tools, draft animals. These registries matched complementary parties to mutually beneficial travelling companies. One registry operator noted in his 1849 records that he had matched 17 parties with needed physicians and 11 with wheelwrights, greatly improving their prospects for safe arrival. The Oregon Trail drove innovation in food preservation beyond the familiar pemmican and hardtack. Sylvester Graham, creator of the Graham cracker, developed specialized journey cakes, fortified with additional nutrients specifically for Western travelers. More significantly, witnessing trail deaths from contaminated milk inspired Gail Borden to develop condensed milk, which he patented in 1856 after years of experimentation. His innovation, motivated by Tréport trail hardships, would later save countless lives during the Civil War and transform food preservation globally. River crossings presented some of the trail's greatest technological challenges. At major crossings, entrepreneurs established ferry services using innovative flat-bottomed craft with guide ropes. By 1850, Cornelius Oregon Smith had built a remarkable pontoon bridge across the Kansas River constructed of empty sealed barrels as flotation devices, demonstrating how the trail spurred practical engineering. After multiple drownings at the dangerous crossing of the Green River in Wyoming, mountain man William Sublette developed a unique ferry design using indigenous-inspired bull boats, bison hide stretched over willow frames, scaled up to accommodate wagons. The risk of becoming lost prompted the development of sophisticated navigational tools beyond compasses. Thomas Jefferson Farnham published Travels in the Great Western Prairies in 1843, which included the first topographical guide to the trail, with landmark sketches travellers could identify from any approach angle. Entrepreneur J.H. Colton produced specialised emigrant maps printed on linen. These maps, designed to withstand rain and rough handling, replaced paper. Some maps incorporated innovative panoramic views of mountain passes and river crossings from multiple angles to help travellers confirm they were on the correct path. Perhaps the most remarkable technological adaptation was in the area of communication. Using tree caches, travellers developed an emigrant mail system to leave messages for later travellers. By 1850, this had evolved into a sophisticated relay system where eastbound travellers would carry letters from those further west, and established post trees became known relay points. At Independence Rock in present-day Wyoming, travellers didn't merely carve their names, they recorded detailed information about water sources, grass conditions, and Indian relations ahead, creating a constantly updated intelligence network. Some innovations failed spectacularly. The Prairie Motor of 1845, a sail-powered wagon that worked brilliantly on flat terrain until the first serious wind tipped it over, remains a cautionary tale. Wind-powered water pumps designed for trail use proved too delicate for travel, but later became staples of Western settlement. The trail functioned as both laboratory and testing ground, where practical solutions either proved their worth or were rapidly abandoned. By understanding the Oregon Trail as a corridor of technological adaptation, rather than merely a path westward, we gain insight into how the journey itself transformed America. The pragmatic innovations it demanded, from specialized transportation to food preservation, laid the groundwork for industrial developments that would reshape the nation in subsequent decades. The Oregon Trail wasn't just a geographic link connecting east and west. It was an incubator for practical problem-solving that accelerated American technological development far beyond the journey itself. While school lessons typically frame the Oregon Trail as a pioneering adventure, it was fundamentally an economic endeavour of staggering proportions. The financial realities of the migration represent one of history's most overlooked aspects of this pivotal American journey. Preparing for the Oregon Trail required substantial capital investment. By the mid-1840s, outfitting a family of 4 for the journey cost approximately $600 to $800, equivalent to about $22,000 to $30,000 in today's currency. The cost included a wagon, $85, oxen teams, $50 per yoke, food supplies, $150, tools, weapons, and numerous specialized items. Consequently, the Oregon Trail was not primarily traveled by the destitute, but by middle-class farmers and tradespeople with significant resources to invest in relocation. Economic preparations often began years before departure. Families sold farms and businesses, called in debts, and liquidated non-essential possessions. Many worked additional jobs for several years to accumulate the necessary funds. Meticulous financial planning became a hallmark of successful emigrants. Samuel Parker of Illinois kept a remarkable preparation ledger beginning in 1841, documenting every purchase and sale made in preparation for his family's 1845 departure. His financial strategy included specifically planting flax and tobacco in his final 2 eastern harvests, crops that commanded premium prices with minimal land use. The journey itself generated a sophisticated economic ecosystem along the trail. By the late 1840s, over 150 businesses had been established at key points along the route. Trading posts evolved from simple supply caches into complex commercial operations. At Fort Laramie, Wyoming, ledgers from 1849 to 1852 show transactions not merely for supplies, but for services including wagon repair, $5 to $8, oxen shoeing, $1.50 per hoof, letter forwarding, $1 per letter, and even wagon storage for those who decided to continue on horseback, $3 per month. The development of specialized trail occupations remains largely unexplored in conventional histories. Ferrymen at river crossings could earn $500 to $1,500 during a single migration season. Wheelwrights traveled the trail, offering repairs at premium prices. Trail guides charged $75 to $150 per diem for partial route guidance. One entrepreneurial individual, James Pritchard, made his fortune not by going to Oregon, but by operating a mobile blacksmith shop that travelled back and forth along the first 500 miles of the trail during migration seasons between 1848 and 1855. The economics of the trail involved sophisticated risk management strategies. Wagon companies frequently pooled resources, creating informal insurance arrangements where members would help replace lost cattle or repair damaged wagons for others in their party. Formal insurance also emerged. The Missouri Protection Company, established in 1846, offered trail insurance for 5% of the insured value of goods and equipment, with additional premiums for livestock coverage. Their surviving records show they paid claims for equipment losses, medical expenses, and even death benefits. Indigenous economic relationships with travelers were far more complex than the raiding narratives that dominate popular accounts. Many native nations established sophisticated trading relationships with emigrants. The Sioux and Cheyenne operated trading camps at critical junctures, exchanging fresh meat and moccasins for cloth, metal tools, and coffee. The Shoshone became particularly known for their horse trading expertise along the Idaho section of the trail, with documented exchanges showing they commanded premium prices for quality mounts. Far from being mere barriers to westward travel, many indigenous groups became essential economic partners, with profits from trade helping offset the negative impacts of increased traffic through their territories. One of the trail's most significant economic impacts was wealth redistribution. Emigrants frequently discovered their carefully planned supplies were too heavy for their wagons, particularly when ascending the Rocky Mountains. This phenomenon led to massive discarding of property along the trail, so much that scavenging became a profitable enterprise. Trail gleaning operations emerged, with entrepreneurs collecting abandoned items and reshipping them eastward or selling them to less prepared travelers. One Wyoming businessman, Thomas Farlow, built a substantial mercantile business almost entirely from refurbished items recovered from emigrant dumping grounds near South Pass. The financial outcomes of Oregon Trail migration varied dramatically. Studies of land claim records show that approximately 20% of arrivals achieved significant prosperity within 5 years. 60% established stable but modest holdings, while 20% either returned eastward or remained in perpetual financial difficulty. The variable outcomes reflected both the luck of weather and timing, but also the preparation and adaptability of individual emigrants. Those who arrived with specialised skills beyond farming, blacksmithing, milling, merchandising, generally achieved greater economic success than those relying solely on agriculture. Perhaps the most misunderstood economic aspect of the Oregon Trail was its role in America's first significant land speculation boom. The Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered married couples a full square mile of land, 640 acres, 4 times what most farmers had owned in the East. This unprecedented opportunity attracted not just settlers, but investors. Records from Portland, Oregon, show that by 1853, approximately 15% of land claims were being held by speculators rather than working settlers, with some individuals controlling dozens of claims through various proxy arrangements. The economic windfall of essentially free land represented wealth transfer on a scale rarely seen in American history. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as an economic phenomenon rather than merely a pioneering adventure, we gain insight into how it fundamentally reshaped American wealth distribution, created new commercial patterns, and established economic relationships that would define the American West for generations to come. The traditional narrative of the Oregon Trail relegates women to background figures, stalwart wives following their husbands' dreams west. Reality reveals a far more complex picture, where women were active decision-makers, skilled contributors, and occasionally the primary advocates for Western migration. Family records show women often initiated the decision to emigrate. Analysis of emigrant journals indicates that in approximately 20% of families, wives were the primary proponents of relocation. Economic opportunities specifically for women, including land ownership rights unavailable in eastern states, motivated many female-driven migration decisions. The 1850 donation epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Egon Territory, direct ownership of half the family's land claim, a revolutionary concept when most eastern states still adhered to coverture laws, placing all family property under male control. Elizabeth Smith Geer, whose detailed 1847 trail journal chronicles her family's journey from Illinois to Oregon's Willamette Valley, wrote candidly, "It was I who wore down my husband's objections, not from restlessness, but from clear-eyed calculation of what Oregon offered our daughters." Her journal meticulously tracked the economic variables of their journey, including detailed accounting of supplies and realistic projections of land productivity in their destination, demonstrating that women were often the financial strategists of family migration. The journey itself demanded role flexibility that challenged Victorian gender norms. Women routinely handled firearms, drove wagons, and managed livestock, skills many had developed on eastern farms, but which the trail elevated from occasional assistance to necessary expertise. Rebecca Ketchum's 1853 journal includes detailed technical discussions of wagon repair techniques she developed, including an innovative method for resetting damaged wheel hubs using water immersion and controlled drying that was adopted by other travellers in her company. Medical care on the trail fell predominantly to women. While trail narratives often emphasise the dangers of childbirth during the journey, women's medical work extended far beyond midwifery. Female practitioners treated injuries, managed infectious diseases, and performed emergency procedures, including bullet extractions and bone settings. Tabitha Brown, who travelled to Oregon in 1846 at age 66, documented treating over 130 medical cases during her journey. After establishing herself in Oregon's Willamette Valley, she founded a boarding school that eventually grew into Pacific University, demonstrating how skills developed on the trail translated into institutional building in the West. Indigenous women played crucial roles in trail dynamics rarely acknowledged in traditional histories. Many served as cultural intermediaries, facilitating trade and diplomatic relations between travellers and native nations. The Sioux woman, known in records only as Mary, operated a trading post at the Platte River crossing from 1847 to 1851, where she not only exchanged goods, but also provided emigrants with critical information about trail conditions ahead. Sacagawea's famous role with Lewis and Clark established a pattern of indigenous female guides that continued throughout the trail era. Entrepreneurship among trail women manifested in various forms. Some operated mobile businesses during the journey, with journals referencing women who offered laundering services, baked goods, or tailoring at evening encampments. Sarah Bowman, known as the Great Western, due to her 6-foot height, established eating establishments at major trail stopping points in the 1840s, eventually building a network of restaurants from Missouri to California. Her business records show annual profits exceeding $5,000, an exceptional sum for the era. The trail journey reshaped family dynamics in ways that persisted in Western settlements. Trail companies typically functioned as direct democracies, with each family having a vote in decisions. Although men officially represented families in these votes, evidence from multiple journals indicates women actively participated in pre-vote discussions and strategizing. This democratic experience influenced later advocacy for women's suffrage in Western territories. It's no coincidence that Wyoming Territory was the first to grant women voting rights in 1869, with Western states consistently leading suffrage efforts. Many women who had demonstrated their capability and judgment on the Oregon Trail were unwilling to accept political disenfranchisement in their new homes. Intellectual and artistic contributions by women documented the trail experience with distinctive perspectives. While men's journals typically focused on mileage, geographic features, and livestock conditions, women's accounts more frequently included detailed social observations, emotional impacts of the journey, and cultural interactions. British traveller Isabella Bird, journeying in 1854, produced botanical sketches of over 200 plant species along the trail, many previously undocumented. Her scientific contributions were initially published under a male pseudonym, but were later recognised for their remarkable accuracy and detail. The hardships of trail life disproportionately affected women's physical health. Recent analysis of medical records and journals indicates women experienced higher rates of certain trail-specific health issues, including severe sunburn due to the bonnet designs that protected faces but exposed necks, kidney infections from dehydration and limited privacy for urination, and hand injuries from constant camp setup and food preparation. Despite these challenges, statistical analysis of trail fatalities shows women actually survived at higher rates than men, challenging the assumption of female fragility that pervades many historical accounts. Upon reaching Oregon, women's work proved crucial in establishing viable communities. Beyond domestic responsibilities, women established schools, founded mutual aid societies, and created economic cooperatives. The Aurora Colony in Oregon's Willamette Valley, founded in 1856, operated largely through women's collective management of agriculture and textile production. Their communal approach to childcare and food preparation allowed for specialised labour development that significantly enhanced the colony's productivity compared to individual family settlements. By centering women's experiences and contributions, we gain a more accurate understanding of the Oregon Trail as not merely a male-driven conquest of territory, but a complex social. The success of migration hinged on the full participation and leadership of women at every stage, from the initial decision to depart to the establishment of sustainable Western communities. The environmental history of the Oregon Trail extends far beyond picturesque wagon trains crossing pristine landscapes. The migration corridor became one of the 19th century's most significant zones of ecological transformation, creating environmental changes that remain visible today. The physical imprint of the trail itself constituted an unprecedented alteration of the Great Plains landscape. By 1850, the main route had been travelled by approximately 55,000 people driving 30,000 wagons and 350,000 livestock animals. This concentrated traffic created a road averaging 10 feet wide, but expanding to nearly 100 feet wide in places as travellers sought untrampled grass. Wagon wheels cutting through prairie sod created permanent troughs that channeled rainfall, eventually carving gullies that altered local hydrology. Modern remote sensing technologies have identified over 3,000 miles of permanent trail-caused erosion features that continue to affect water flow patterns across the Great Plains and Intermountain West. Animal ecology along the corridor experienced dramatic disruption. Bison herds, which had traditionally migrated across the plains in predictable patterns, altered their movements to avoid the trail corridor. Naturalist John Townsend observed in 1847 that bison were rarely seen within 5 miles of the main trail, creating what he called a road-shaped vacancy in their distribution. This redistribution of keystone herbivores triggered cascading ecosystem effects, altering vegetation patterns and predator distributions throughout the region. The trail's most significant and rapid environmental impact came through plant community changes. Wagon wheels functioned as remarkably efficient seed dispersal mechanisms. Studies of trail corridor vegetation show approximately 145 to 175 European and Eastern plant species were introduced along the route between 1840 and 1860. Some introductions were deliberate, as emigrants carried familiar herbs and vegetables. Others were accidental seeds caught in wagon wheels, animal hooves, or clothing. By 1855, distinct corridors of non-native vegetation clearly marked the trail's path across the plains. Not all ecological exchanges moved westward. Eastern nursery operators actively sought western plant specimens from returning travellers. The Llewellyn Nursery of Philadelphia offered financial bounties for viable seeds of western flowers and trees, receiving over 200 species from Oregon Trail returnees between 1847 and 1853. Many ornamental plants common in eastern gardens today, including several varieties of penstemon and Oregon grape holly, entered commercial horticulture through these trail-enabled exchanges. The trail's most devastating ecological impact involved water resources. Emigrant parties typically travelled in spring and summer, precisely when western water sources were most vulnerable to contamination. Each evening, hundreds of animals and humans would concentrate around limited water sources. Diaries describe streams and springs becoming muddy, trampled, and contaminated with animal waste. Epidemic diseases also spread along the trail. Cholera outbreaks in 1849 and 1850 led to infected waste contaminating water sources used by subsequent travellers and indigenous communities, creating disease vectors that reached far beyond the trail corridor. Timber resources faced particular pressure from trail travel. Each wagon party required wood for cooking and warmth, creating zones of deforestation around major camping areas. At Fort Laramie, historical photographs from 1845 show substantial cottonwood groves along the North Platte River. By 1857, these riparian forests had been reduced to scattered individual trees, fundamentally altering the riverine ecosystem and causing accelerated bank erosion. Similar deforestation occurred at all major stopping points, with ecological effects that persisted for generations. Indigenous ecological management systems, developed over centuries to maintain productive landscapes, were disrupted by trail traffic. The Pawnee practice of controlled prairie burning, which maintained optimal grass composition for both bison and human food plants, became impossible to implement safely with constant wagon traffic. The annual hunting migrations of mounted Lakota and Cheyenne bands were interrupted by the need to avoid or engage with emigrant trains. As these traditional landscape management practices diminished, ecosystem composition began shifting toward less productive arrangements. Wildlife population changes occurred with surprising rapidity. Wolves and bears, initially common along the eastern portions of the trail, retreated from the corridor within a decade of heavy traffic. Beaver populations, already depleted by the fur trade, faced additional pressure as emigrants trapped them for food and pelts at critical water crossings. Meanwhile, opportunistic species, including ravens, coyotes, and certain rodents, thrived in the modified environment, expanding their populations along the trail corridor. The trail's impact extended to climate perception and expectations. Emigrant journals reveal evolving understandings of Western environments. Early travellers frequently described the plains as a desert, not meaning dunes, but using the 19th century definition of lands unsuitable for conventional Eastern agriculture. By the 1850s, promotional literature and guidebooks challenged this perception, advancing theories that rain follows the plough and claiming settlement would transform the climate. These optimistic misconceptions would later contribute to the Dust Bowl when farming expanded into regions with inadequate rainfall. The environmental legacy of the Oregon Trail persists in subtle but measurable ways. Modern botanical surveys reveal distinct patterns of non-native vegetation still following the historic route. Genetic studies of trout populations in streams crossing the trail show evidence of historic transplantation, as emigrants occasionally transported live fish in water barrels. Remote sensing reveals persistent changes in soil composition and hydrology along the corridor, creating what scientists now term a landscape legacy that remains visible nearly 2 centuries later. By understanding the Oregon Trail as an environmental event rather than merely a human migration, we gain insight into how 19th century population movements created lasting ecological transformations. The journey wasn't simply through nature, but represented a fundamental reworking of environmental relationships that would define the American West for centuries to come. Traditional narratives of the Oregon Trail often portray indigenous emigrant relations through a simplistic binary, either romanticize peaceful encounters or sensationalize conflicts. The reality reveals a complex spectrum of cultural exchanges, diplomatic negotiations, and evolving relationships that transformed both native and Euro-American societies. Language development along the trail corridor illustrates the depth of these cultural interactions. By the 1850s, a distinct trail pidgin had emerged, a simplified trade language combining English with Lakota, Shoshone, and other indigenous language elements. This practical communication system facilitated trade and diplomacy between travellers and various native nations. Phrases documented in emigrant journals show linguistic borrowing in both directions. Lakota words for geographic features entered emigrants' vocabulary, while indigenous traders incorporated English terms for trade goods. William Elsey, documenting his 1849 journey, recorded learning 37 Shoshone expressions specifically for negotiating river crossings and livestock exchanges. Records from Fort Laramie and Fort Hall reveal the evolution of complex diplomatic protocols. Rather than random encounters, interactions between emigrant parties and indigenous nations followed increasingly formalized patterns. By the late 1840s, Lakota and Cheyenne representatives routinely met emigrant parties at specific locations, expecting ceremonial exchanges, including tobacco offerings and formal speeches, before negotiations could begin. These diplomatic rituals reflected indigenous political concepts of building alliance relationships rather than simple commercial transactions. The trail stimulated significant material culture exchanges. Trade ledgers and emigrant journals document the high value placed on indigenous-produced goods, including moccasins, parfleche containers, and specialized winter clothing. Archaeological excavations of trail campsites reveal widespread adoption of indigenous material technologies. At emigrant campsites near South Pass, fragments of parfleche containers made from rawhide show evidence of Euro-American manufacture using indigenous techniques, suggesting technological adaptation rather than simple trade acquisition. Medical knowledge flowed bidirectionally along the trail. Emigrant journals document adopting indigenous remedies for trail-specific ailments, particularly treatments for dysentery using Oregon grapefruit and willow bark preparations for pain relief. Simultaneously, native practitioners incorporated elements of Euro-American medicine, particularly in wound treatment techniques. The Journal of Margaret Scott, travelling in 1847, describes extensive medical consultations with a Shoshone healer who combined traditional plant remedies with suturing techniques learned from army surgeons at Fort Hall. Religious interactions along the trail corridor were more complex than the missionary convert narrative suggests. While some emigrants undertook explicit proselytizing, journals reveal widespread curiosity about indigenous spiritual practices. Thomas Fletcher's 1846 journal describes his family participating in the Pawnee healing ceremony when his wife fell ill, noting they found more comfort in their sincere prayers than in our own preachers' distant formalities. Conversely, some indigenous individuals selectively incorporated Christian elements into traditional practices, creating syncretic spiritual approaches that served as bridges between worldviews. Food systems underwent significant exchange and adaptation. Emigrants adopted indigenous techniques for preparing bison, processing wild plants, and finding water sources. The pemmican that became a trail staple was directly adapted from indigenous food preservation methods. Meanwhile, native communities near established trail crossings incorporated new cultivars from emigrant seed stocks into their agricultural systems. Archaeological evidence from Shoshone winter camps of the 1850s shows incorporation of European cabbage, turnips, and peas into traditional plant food inventories. Sexual relationships and marriage formed another dimension of cultural exchange, though often under problematic power dynamics. Records indicate approximately 400 to 500 formal marriages between male emigrants and indigenous women between 1840 and 1860, with many more short-term relationships. These unions sometimes created bicultural mediators who facilitated broader community relationships. Children of these relationships often served as cultural bridges. Individuals like Edward Chambreau, son of a French-Canadian trader and Chinook mother, who worked as an interpreter at Fort Vancouver and later wrote valuable accounts of shifting cultural dynamics along the trail. Gift exchanges represented a key point of cultural misunderstanding. Indigenous diplomatic traditions emphasized gift-giving as establishing ongoing relationships rather than simple generosity. Many emigrants, interpreting gifts through their own cultural lens, failed to recognize the reciprocal obligations being established. This cultural disconnect contributed to tensions when native representatives later expected reciprocal assistance or access to resources that emigrants considered their exclusive property. By the 1850s, adaptive cultural patterns had emerged in communities along the trail corridor. Indian Agents reports document indigenous groups who seasonally relocated to position themselves advantageously for trail trade, developing specialized trade goods and services for emigrants. The Lenape, Delaware, guide Black Beaver developed a successful enterprise leading emigrant parties through the most challenging sections of the trail, charging premium prices while incorporating both indigenous knowledge and Euro-American business practices. His service represented not capitulation to white expansion, but strategic adaptation to changing economic realities. The environmental knowledge exchange was particularly significant. Indigenous guides shared sophisticated understanding of Western ecosystems, teaching emigrants to identify edible plants, predict weather patterns, and locate water sources. This knowledge transfer played a crucial role in emigrant survival, but has been largely erased from popular narratives that emphasize pioneer self-sufficiency. Emigrant William Clayton's detailed 1847 journal attributes over 40 specific survival strategies to information gained from Shoshone guides, including techniques for finding potable water in apparently dry landscapes. The cultural legacy of these trail encounters shaped the developing American West in ways that persist today. Legal concepts, including usufruct rights, using land without owning it, entered Western water law through exposure to indigenous resource management systems. Agricultural techniques adapted from native practices influenced the development of dryland farming. Even Western architectural elements, including specific adaptations for extreme temperature variations, show evidence of indigenous influence. By recognizing the Oregon Trail as a corridor of cultural exchange rather than simply a pathway for one-directional settlement, we gain insight into how the American West developed through complex negotiations between worldviews. The resulting cultural adaptations created hybrid practices that were neither purely European nor indigenous, but distinctly Western, a legacy that continues to shape regional identity nearly 2 centuries later. The Oregon Trail ended for most emigrants in the Willamette Valley, but its impact on American identity and geography continues. How we remember and misremember this exodus reflects our current ideals as much as it does historical events. Land modification continued after the last wagons arrived. Early environmental historian William Least Heat Moon described how path features shaped settlement patterns. About 85% of major trail campgrounds became towns, with their positions established by a 19th century wagon transit. Rather than geographic advantage, route logistics determined the locations of Scotts Bluff, Nebraska, and Baker City, Oregon, showing how a transient migrant corridor permanently changed Western human geography. After the Transcontinental Railroad opened in 1869, the trail was abandoned, but its cultural significance changed immediately. Local historical organizations began erecting monuments and markers in the 1870s, starting America's most remembered migration path. Early commemorations focused on conquest and civilization, ignoring indigenous presence and the environmental costs of westward development. The 1897 Salt Lake City Pioneer Monument, with its triumphant masculine figure atop a classical column, reflected this heroic framing. One of the first instructional computer games introduced the path to American education. Minnesota instructors Don Ravitch, Bill Heineman, and Paul Dillenberger created the 1971 Oregon Trail computer simulation, which has taught generations of pupils a simplified version of the migration. Although popular for its "you have died of dysentery" moments, the game oversimplified myths of rugged individualism and eliminated complicated social institutions that permitted successful migration. The Oregon National Historic Trail was one of the original national historic routes constructed by the National Park Service during the 1970s American bicentennial celebrations. Over 300 miles of trail ruts and landmarks were preserved in this operation. The first interpretive frameworks emphasize pioneer experiences while downplaying indigenous perspectives and environmental repercussions. Modern archaeology has changed trail dynamics. Material remains from important camping places show intricate cultural interchange patterns. At Oregon Trail Crossing, sites along the Snake River, archaeological assemblages include both modified indigenous implements and European artifacts reused utilizing indigenous methods, demonstrating bidirectional cultural influence lacking from traditional narratives. These material culture studies have emphasized women's perspectives, whose household artifacts offer insights not found in male-authored writings. Genetic legacy is one of the trail's biggest yet least discussed effects. Based on population studies, 11 to 14% of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho inhabitants are Oregon Trail descendants. More interestingly, genetic markers associated with Oregon Trail pioneer families are statistically significant in Western indigenous communities, indicating extensive marriages and interactions despite societal taboos. This biological legacy undermines conventional theories of separate development and shows how intertwined these groups became. Trail environmental impacts are receiving more scientific study. Botanical surveys in the 1990s found non-native vegetation corridors following the historic route, with specific invasive species distribution still tracing the trail's passage across areas without physical remains. Nutrient profiles from thousands of livestock animals' concentrated feces continue to affect flora patterns, according to soil chemistry research. These studies show that even brief human migrations can leave lasting ecological impacts. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation created the pioneering Tamast. Trail histories increasingly center indigenous tribes. Indigenous viewpoints dominate the Oregon Trail narrative at the trailblazing Tamast Cultural Institute near Pendleton, Oregon, created by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Indigenous nations are considered sovereign peoples whose territory was transected by foreign migration, not as barriers to westward progress. This interpretative method has impacted other path sites, changing the focus from conquest to intricate cultural relations. The trail evolves in American public memory. Victorialist narratives like Francis Parkman's 1849 The Oregon Trail have given way to more nuanced studies of cultural complexity, environmental cost, and various experiences. Film depictions have also changed, from John Wayne's The Big Trail 1930 to Kelly Reichardt's Meek's Cutoff 2010, which emphasizes women's viewpoints and Paiute guide help. These cultural productions shape American Western historical perceptions. Digital humanities projects have changed 21st century trail scholarship. The University of Oregon's Mapping History project has generated interactive GIS overlays depicting indigenous territorial claims and emigrant pathways, contradicting the idea of empty land ready for settlement. In digitized emigrant journals, linguistic patterns like the gradual adoption of indigenous terminology for landscapes and natural features as travellers moved westward have been found, revealing subtle cultural influences that traditional historical methods miss. Climate change has led to unexpected trail junctions. Western landscapes are experiencing severe drought, revealing trail ruts formerly hidden by greenery. Extreme weather frequently threatens archaeological sites. The Oregon-California Trails Association is working with climate scientists to identify vulnerable historic places and prioritize restoration before priceless physical evidence is lost. History has compared 19th century cholera epidemics along the trail to present pandemics, exploring how earlier Americans balanced risk assessment, changed social practices, and established public health solutions under crisis situations. Medical historians have examined emigrant journals for disease signs and cures, providing historical epidemiology case studies that explain how contagious diseases spread along migration corridors. Economic evaluations increasingly acknowledge the trail's role in American capitalism's growth. One of history's largest natural resource redistributions occurred when the Trail of Tears migration transferred indigenous land wealth to Euro-American possession. This wealth transfer created financial patterns that continue to shape Western economic growth, including inequities between indigenous populations and descendants of settlers who received free land. Modern economic justice movements have highlighted these historical inequalities. The Oregon Trail's legacy is confusing for modern Americans. It symbolizes inspiring determination and unsettling displacement, incredible cooperation and cultural misunderstanding, and environmental adaptability and ecological destruction. In an era of global migration and environmental change, its most important lesson may be how it shows how human movements are intertwined with natural and cultural systems. The trail's physical remnants are progressively vanishing due to the development and natural processes, but its influence on American West settlement patterns, ecology, genetics, and culture persists. These numerous aspects help us comprehend how a transient migratory corridor permanently changed a continent and continues to shape American identity nearly 2 centuries after the first wagons went westward. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston. a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732, he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common-law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond.
In 1723, Franklin fled his apprenticeship. technically violating the terms of the indenture. He travelled to New York, seeking work as a printer, but found no opportunities there. Undeterred, he moved on to Philadelphia, arriving at the age of 17. Philadelphia, then the largest city in the colonies, was a bustling hub of commerce and culture. Franklin's arrival was unremarkable. He carried little money and no connections, but his determination and resourcefulness would soon set him apart. In Philadelphia, Franklin secured work at a printing house run by Samuel Keimer. His skill and work ethic quickly earned him a reputation as a competent printer, and he began to establish connections within the city's vibrant intellectual and entrepreneurial circles. It was during this time that Franklin met Deborah Reed, the woman who would later become his wife, though their early interactions were complicated. Franklin also caught the attention of Pennsylvania Governor William Keith, who promised to support him in starting his own printing business. With Keith's encouragement, Franklin travelled to London in 1724 to procure printing equipment. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Keith's promises of financial backing were empty. Stranded in London without resources, Franklin took work at a printing house and honed his craft further. The experience broadened his horizons and exposed him to the bustling intellectual and cultural life of the British capital. Despite the hardships, Franklin took advantage of the opportunity to learn, read, and network. Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, determined to succeed on his terms. He partnered briefly with Hugh Meredith to establish a printing business, which soon flourished. Franklin's natural business acumen and tireless work ethic allowed him to buy out Meredith's share and assume full control of the enterprise. By 1729, Franklin had acquired the Pennsylvania Gazette, which he transformed into one of the most influential newspapers in the colonies. The Gazette was notable not only for its quality of writing, but also for Franklin's willingness to tackle controversial topics and champion the cause of public good. Around this time, Franklin began publishing Poor Richard's Almanac under the pseudonym Richard Saunders. First released in 1732, the almanac combined practical advice, weather forecasts, and humour with moral aphorisms and reflections on human behaviour. It became wildly popular, with annual editions selling thousands of copies. Phrases such as "early to bed and early to rise" makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and "a penny saved is a penny earned" became household sayings, demonstrating Franklin's knack for distilling wisdom into memorable, practical advice. Franklin's success as a printer and writer allowed him to pursue other interests. A polymath with an insatiable curiosity, he delved into science, philosophy, and civic initiatives. In 1731, he founded the Library Company of Philadelphia, the first lending library in America, which gave ordinary citizens access to books and fostered a culture of learning. Franklin also established a firefighting company, a public hospital, and a city improvement society, reflecting his belief in civic responsibility.
As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated Assembly and the Penn-from-Malee proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents. guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts, clad in a fur cap instead of a wig. Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals, describing dire needs, arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favor of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Corporacism encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. The Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town, as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realising that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 7 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg address was met with a mixed reception at the time, with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice, and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present, and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls, and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, Let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams.